think we are ready. Sorry for the delay. Well, I suppose it comes kind of standard. All right, I'm going to start sketching a couple ideas here. I was thinking of using a diagonal drawing brush. Which I don't think comes in my standard set. So we'll just adjust one and make it real quick. So we've got painterly brushes. I think I'll just grab one that's got a flatter head to it. We could probably just take let's take the standard square, and then we'll go into our brush settings, and I'm going to squeeze it down like that. And I'll lower the spacing by like 1%. That'll work. And then the last thing we need to do, is make it a little bit diagonal like that. And I'm going to turn off the shape dynamics, the angle, and turn that off so that it's just going to stay at an angle like this. Sounds like a plan, right? I'm going to just start building out some light here. And I think what I'll probably do, just to make this easy on myself, I'm going to set this layer to lighten, and then I can just jump back and forth between the light and dark. If I'm using black to get my shadows blocked in, and then we're just kind of viewing this as a positive negative, right? To clarify, I mean positive and negative. I wasn't going for a double negative. What is a positive negative? Is that when you multiply a negative by a negative and you get a positive? No, it's when you mean to say something and you just kind of say something else. guess we can get rid of that doohickey. So I was thinking of like a space station, you know, with like these big kind of like solar arrays. Whoops. In fact, let's just go full screen. Right. These solar array type things, and then like maybe like a docking port or something. We have to have some kind of major, you know, superstructure type of form that we can follow easily. And since we're doing this with light and shadow, you know, some of this is going to get implied. You know, we don't actually have to build out particularly strong, or rather labored line drawings ahead of time. We can imply some form with the way that light is hitting. I think we might go, let's see, here, and then just kind of follow that arc through. Let's adjust this angle there. Anyway, those tertiary details, a little early for that, but I want to get a sense for things. So we're still kind of searching for it at this point. I kind of like that. Let's see if that's a shadow. Casting down on that. I don't like that. That breaks the flow. You've got these lines kind of receding there. Okay. Now these two panels here might be interesting to swap their direction, though. I think just in terms of how I might imagine they would work, you know, they'd have to switch direction in order to have any real utility in space. If you had solar panels that only powered up for a brief time, that wouldn't be very useful. You would want them to be able to be lined up, right? getting too excited about Greeblies. Those. And maybe start, I don't know, how do we want to do this? Cut some shapes out of here. Or kind of like having that larger swath of material there, you know, and then we can build the smaller details around it. But I think there actually needs to be cleaner superstructure. Easy to identify. Didn't like that much, but what if we invert that relationship? So I'd say kind of like a lit up door there. All right, let's move on to another sketch. I kind of see these separated. I'll take this one here. We'll do Control Shift C, Control Shift V. Go back to our layer stack. This one we're going to set to lighten. Or lighter, actually, would be the correct way to do that, I think. And so this one, we're going to delete that. So we get these two options here. In fact, actually, I'm going to go back a step. Instead of pasting that, because we copied everything, I'm just going to copy it from this layer. So instead of Control-Shift-C, we'll just do Control-C. So that'll copy from the layer rather than copying the whole, everything we see in the scene. And then we'll delete this portion here. Okay, so between the two, we've got this as a separate drawing, which I'm going to go ahead and just move it. I think we can kind of get some more, perhaps better understanding of it by moving it around. And then same with this one. This was kind of a image that I saw in my head. Not quite what I want, you know, the perspective and so forth. So I'm going to attempt that one again. And so what I'm thinking with this one, you've got like a ship coming in, and then you've got like a space station. And then I want the station to be kind of casting a, you know, a shadow on the ship that's coming in. And so, you know, the image in my head is a little bit more, it's almost flattened out, you know, like I don't feel like it's a, I don't think it's a viable painting, put it that way. You know, I kind of see it like this, like these two kind of like solar panels here, you know, and then the space station kind of off to the side here. And this generally is just not particularly descript. And that's getting that angle correct there. And then we'll set this to lighten. Okay, and then I'm thinking that the, you know, the ship will be coming in on the right here. One moment. Yeah, so the ship will be coming in like this, into station. And then what I'm thinking is we'll have the shadow from these solar panels will be casting onto the ship like this. That way we can kind of show its form by where the shadow falls. And maybe here we gotta bump that up a little bit. And then we could throw in some lights. I don't know. So you get that kind of light and dark interplay. Might even go darker with that. Gotta have some kind of indication of the ship, still being there. Maybe that's all these little light things might indicate, like a bridge, something. Then at some point I gotta figure out scale, right? So anyway, that's like loosely the image in my head, but I want to make it more dynamic. Like that's kind of how I see it, but what could it be? It was done more smartly, right? So if we're playing with different angles, like this, you see how sharp that is? No good, that's no good. Delete that. But if we have it really low, like this, so if the ship is like so, maybe we'll have it coming in. That kind of extreme perspective. It's like way off. think it might be kind of cool to throw in some asymmetrical greeblies and stuff. I want to be careful not to do that too early. I want to get the kind of overall feel figured out here. Should we move this whole image? I like it being kind of low. I don't know. In my mind, I still see that. I don't know why I want this off to the left here. Maybe just to have this opportunity for some interesting background thing going on over there, but could just be a fluke, you know, where the mind's just playing tricks and you don't know why it's doing what it's doing. Who knows? But wants what it wants. The image has got to be on the left-hand side. You'll start psychoanalyzing. It's because of the left to right, you know, of the English language. Your brain is predisposed. Something like that, right? Okay, so I know it's kind of a, you know, like a sci-fi thing or whatever, but we could bring in the kind of rings, you know, so it's kind of open in the center. I don't think I like these. They just look like they would hit it. I do like the idea of having some kind of strong diagonal elements. But it could be shadows, right? We could build our structure to be really clean. You know, what's the term? You know, have this kind of stable feeling of up and downliness, linear, and then we bring in all of our kind of dramatic, dynamic angles with shadow. That might be another way to approach it. To make the space station feel more stationary. You know? I think the rings we might have some potential as a kind of call out for perspective. You know, because you're in space. Where do things recede to? And so if you have a repetition of form, then you can make things look like they're going back in space, even though there's no horizon line or anything else really indicating that. Actually kind of liked that. Alright, so I'm going to add some kind of control tower type element here. That may be too much. I think we can simplify all that. Let's see, so let's get this kind of interior shape figured out. So we got this comes around. This one, I kind of want to go a little deeper with that one. All right, and let's build out some more structure here. All right, now this I had added in at some point because I thought it looked cool, and now I don't. This is why we can't have tattoos. See, oh, what a great idea. Oh, what a terrible idea. You just give it like a day. 2 days, you look in the mirror and you go, why did I do that? It's also the reason you should set up perspective lines, but I don't. Not when we're just playing around. Hmm. So tempted to just do some like quick bloom on it, you know, to give it that like old filmic effect. Fine. You twisted my arm. Let's do it. All right, let's go. Well, I don't know. I might just do quick and dirty. Ew. Too quick, too dirty. Let's go with a smudge. Just gonna pick out a few spots and try to keep our, the smudgification directionally consistent. And I want this to be a little bit off, a little bit gritty. And if we lower the value across the board, I think, not sure, but I have a hunch that, you know, these can come through as kind of the brightened areas, right? So if we just take all this down, just a hair, so that's not completely blown out. And then this we could probably do, we could leave it as it is, but we might be able to get a little more mileage out of it by doing like either linear dodge or something. I guess it's essentially going to give us the same thing. It's just the difference would be it would ramp up a little bit higher in the brights. You know, so if there's any variation in here, it's going to give us more of that as it hits the brighter areas. So less in the shadow area there, and more as it hits the white. Okay, so we'll drop that. We'll drop that down a bit and actually bring the base up a bit more. Will we? Yeah, I don't know, something like that. And then I'm tempted to, throw in some kind of background element, do a color balance, just to kind of get an overall tone. something like that. And then, yeah, let's use this smudge and let's get ourselves a grayer value. Maybe even grayer than that. Maybe even grayer than that. Okay, not that gray. Going too far. All right, now let's build out some atmosphere, and we can use this to give us kind of some. Actually, let's put this behind everything so we maintain all those brights. And then I think we can just use this. Kind of softly imply some more space, and then we can cut away from it to bring our shadows back in. Man, what is talking about? He's talking nonsense. Space and shadows. Speak a language we can all understand. So I guess this is as good a time as any to plug the fact that I will be at Lightbox on October 27th through 29th in Pasadena, California. So, if you're going to be out there, stop by the booth. It'll be booth number 726. And I'll post more about that on the social medias and whatnot. But I'm excited. There's a lot going into it. I'm going to bring the tanks. I'm going to bring a little bit of personal work, but mostly it's going to be tanks. And I think it would be awesome to meet up with anybody there. awesome. It really is a great event for artists to network, connect. When I went back in, what was it, 2019, it was definitely like the artists' convention. You know, lots and lots of people, mainly from video games and the animation industry. Make this look like a water bottle. Yeah, it's one of those water bottle type air traffic control towers. You know the type. Whoops, jump to a different layer. Alright, let's start smudging some of this stuff out. Do. And then should we just have this kind of melt away as it crosses that line there. I kind of like the idea of these being like almost like smokestacks, you know. It's always been a kind of weirdly romanticized idea to me to have these, you know, these space scenes that take place in like a nebula of some kind of like sulfur or some, you know, gas that's just kind of constantly raining or something, you know. So it has its own kind of weather ecosystem. I don't know. Can you call it an ecosystem if nothing lives there? I don't think so. Oh, we got some activity in the chat. Not bad. Sorry, I haven't been looking. Let me see. We got Greg says, "Hey Eric." Hey Greg, welcome. We got Naruto Uzumaki. Nice. Do some heal. Hello. I wish I could drop by, but I wish you a nice convention. John Harris did paint the most wonderful spaceship on Nebula Action. Yes. I met John Harris at Eluxcon. That might have been 2008, 2017, 2018, I mean. Yeah, love his work. Really good. Really inspiring. And it's awesome to go back and see all the people who were doing this, you know, in oil or acrylic or something, you know, long before digital. Yeah, I think what's really awesome about John Harris's stuff that I've seen, and I, you know, again, I could be could be misplacing, my perception of his work could be off because uh, I'm no art expert, no historian, no, not historian. That's not the right word because he's still doing work. Uh, Collector. I'm no collector. I haven't got it all sorted out. But from what I saw, he did this really wonderful job of these really strong color fields. And then, um, a nice, from what I've seen, kind of a bright, well lit ship with like some strong shadows, or a structure, right? It could be like towers or some kind of thing. But yeah, that was my perception of his of what he was doing technically, and I really like that. In fact, that big color field is something that um, I'd gravitate to in a lot of the work that I really enjoy. I just think it's, you know, wonderful stuff is going on in it. I start to realize that like that's one of those common denominators. Just like a really intentional, strong use of a um, usually an analogous color palette. And I don't know. Apparently, that's my ball of wax. That's my cup of tea. So if in the coming age when AI will be trying to figure out exactly what we want, and it's got my profile figured out, that's what it's gonna do. It's gonna be like, okay, just big swaths of color, and then like shadows raking over it. Okay, that's Eric's jam. That's how we'll win him over. Always have to get to the heavy topic. All right, I'm not really sure what I was doing over here. I just was playing, and let's not keep it sacred. Let's continue to see what could be done with it. I do like this idea of kind of shapes coming in and out of that field of oh, what have I done? Let's go full screen's easy. I don't know if these, see, that's tangent with that. It might actually kind of be interesting to have them relate in some way. Maybe, maybe not. One way to find out. Copious amounts of testing. looking back at the chat. Yeah, really good sense of color and love his way of doing lost and found edges, almost like painting Misty Mountains, except it's spacecraft in the Great Void. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely tons of inspiration there. Lots to work on and develop. I'm always interested in, well, I shouldn't say always interested. It returns to me often, the desire to do more lost and found edges, just really kind of loose. Not quite abstract, but just painterly kind of work. Okay, this is just trying to be too much over here, I think. And we're going to simplify it. And even probably the fact that this kind of turns into a wall is not really great. That doesn't help us for developing that grand sense of space. It's getting much more personal. It's like you're in this, almost like you're in this cave, which, it's good work, but the idea that it's like some kind of vast universe out there gets a bit lost. Did we jump layers somehow? Because we are no longer, yep, we did. No longer working on that area that I thought we were. Oh boy, we did all that on the wrong layer. On that one. Well, I guess we'll just have to live with it. Alright, let's do a new one here. And this will probably just go at like half. We'll go lower that opacity. So we can start kind of bringing in some more cloudy, atmospheric kind of effects. Excuse me. let's I like what's going on here, but there's a couple things I think we could adjust. So let's do a new layer. I'm going to just grab this background color. Okay, we're just gonna start. Well, actually, let's do this. Instead of doing that, I'm gonna select all this, group it, mask it. This will be our work group. This way, we can swap that background color out, make some adjustments. In theory, in fact, let's do it right now to see. You know, yeah. See, it's still kind of malleable. There's a threshold that you hit, you know, where you lose it, but like somewhere below that, 50% gray or 20% gray, you know, we can do whatever we want with it. All right, so anyway, we're gonna leave that, and then we're gonna go back into this. Here, I'm gonna hit D to go back to my black and white tools here, and I'm just gonna start painting in this mask here. So this will mask out anything that we've drawn underneath here. Doobie doobie doo. Not really sure what's going on there. Seems like it should be casting a shadow, whatever it is. Yeah, I don't like that. Too much cutting into that there. I'm really just trying to establish shadow shapes. Well, that's really not what I intended for that area. Okay. I'm wondering to what degree should I clean up? This stuff back here, should this be like really clearly defined silhouette, to complete these rings? I don't think it's necessary. Don't want it to be too distracting. Okay, if I'm being honest, I really just don't want to get the perspective right. Because I might have to fix a bunch of things. And I feel like that would pull me away from just trying to make an interesting image. But, hey, you know what? Sometimes a little bad perspective is what kills the overall effect. All right, I think we need to get back into light values. detail's a little bit misplaced there. It's off center. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Now those just look like tired eyes. Yeah, I'm not sure how much was really gained out of all of that effort just there. Seemed like here we go, I'm blaming you guys again. Um, put a lot of time into noodling on that and don't have much to show for it. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, this shadow here seemed like a fun idea at the time. Now that I've actually got to work it out, I don't know how much fun this is. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I kind of come in. Maybe a little bit more of a diagonal. Yeah. See, that didn't help much at all. Let's see, darker color. Maybe somewhere in there, leaving some of that original drawing underneath, or rather, sketch underneath. And we're gonna hit the bloom there. I'm gonna do a little bit more on these, just in a few spots. And then I think we'll probably just do like motion blur. Go up and down. Yeah, just a wee bit. What if we go horizontal with it? I think I prefer that. I don't know. And then let's go to like a color dodge. Yeah, overlay's not terrible. Normal. I might go with the overlay. All right. So that whole idea of like color fields, it might be kind of fun to play with. So we'll just do a solid color here. I think I'm going to go with vivid light, and then we'll adjust. Our input value. I like that, what those contrasting colors do with each other there. But, let's see. Let us see. So I think there's a couple things we could do here. So one, I like the idea of filling it with a color field. And then in the brights, I think we could probably eliminate that. Do this. We'll go, if the underlying layer is above these values, do nothing. And then I think we'll lower the fill on that. And I might even just build in a mask with this one, because I want this just kind of at the most important, maybe the nearest parts. And I'm going to get my smudge brush to kind of clean up some of these that are just being a little bit too particular. Diamond shaped. The shape was serving us well enough, but it did not need to be so on the nose. Okay. Now let's come down to this guy. This one. I like this. I just want to see if we eliminate where it's brightest, you know, so we can use this as like a you know, saturation in the midpoint. I like what it's doing a little bit when it comes to the way it really makes that rich color up in the it's the light kind of bounces off these white surfaces. I like that. I just think it's too much, too intense. Okay. Okay. Let's bring in another solid color. We'll just do overlay. Go to a middle gray and we'll start creeping it over. So we could tone everything down by doing like a complementary color. Or we could go try to get that nice and rich in the midtones by bringing in, you know, a little bit more of that. That value. I think this I would have to mask off. So I actually liked the complement here in the right proportion because it made that white actually turn, you know, to the complement. Just adds a little bit more, and then maybe we can just knock it out. I think I want right smack dab in the middle. So in order to get both of them, you have to swap your white to the dark region and your dark to the light region. And then you're eliminating the middle, but you're keeping the ends. And I might consider removing this white and making it just a really rich yellow or orange. This was her compliment. And though I like that it's kind of pushing that background a little bit towards green, I don't know, it's almost like a sickly green. So I'm gonna do a solid color. We'll go this kind of orangish, I think, yellow. I'm gonna set this one to probably darker color. Multiply's working all right. Darken. Let's do multiply, and then we'll knock out some of these shadows. And real quick, let's see if we do. Linear burn gives us a slightly richer color. It pushes those shadows down to more of a orange. Hard light's much more subtle. Takes down less of the takes the value down a little bit less. In fact, I think it pushes these mids up. Pin light is always one of my favorites. Must be the value range that I tend to work in. But I'm really thinking some kind of combination of these to get the benefits that I am looking for here. So I think if we do pin light, fill is probably good. Maybe lower the opacity. And then we go to linear burn. Adjust that, and then I think we could probably bring in a mask here. So I want this to be darkest, and then back here, things get a little bit brighter. Can't really decide. I think I want this to stay darker, even though it is like the supposed focal point. Just makes sense to me. I don't know. Can't decide. Gonna have to, though. I think it's got to come up in value. I love how red it is. And then even this, that bloom that I added doesn't seem to be helping anymore. You're not very helpful. Bloom. Here's what I'm going to take all this. I'm going to go new layer here. I'm going to condense some of this. Just clean up the silhouette a bit. There should be no... There might be some color variation going on with the brush. Because it's definitely picking up color somehow. Bring it in there. And we're just gonna... clean all that up. So that it reads more clearly. Getting the old Batmobile vibes. Let's see, that shape is definitely different. Yeah, I feel like we've been down this road once before. Hey, this time though, this time things are gonna be different. Okay, I guess let's reactivate all our color stuff. Whoa. Sorry, looking at the chat. What do you mean when you say cleaning up? Like, what does it consist of, in your opinion? It's kind of cool. You can just jump into a painting without mapping out perspective, and it still looks great. These ellipses seem correct and stuff. I've been trying to figure out some kind of trick understanding of ellipses and rotations in space. I can give you an exercise for that. We'll come back to it. Knowing when they become a full circle and such, and how wide to do them, was having a nightmare trying to draw a character standing in an arena. That's terrible to have nightmares about art. The ellipses curves out of the canvas picture plane, and it's kind of confusing. I see very little art with elliptical rooms. I guess it's quite difficult and tedious. Yeah, it can be. I mean, you definitely do want to start by mapping things out in perspective for that, but there are some exercises that help you get a good sense of it. So going back to, what do you mean when you say cleaning up? What does it consist of, in your opinion? Cleaning up basically means clarity. So like this one here, if I turn this off, this is really kind of messy. And actually, there's things about this that I like. I like that there's lost edges and stuff. And what this does, though, is this clearly delineates this as one shape in space from what's behind it. And this, it starts to get lost. I think it's particularly like this area here where this gets darker, but it's not a part of the ship, so it's like a part of the background that actually goes darker than the ship itself. If I zoom out and look at that, like, that appears to me to be coming forward in space. So those are the kind of things that I mean when I say cleaning up. So this, even I could see we could go, like, if we duplicate that and we just set this to like lighten or lighter color, what that's going to do is that's going to push all those darker colors out and then match the background, and then anything that's lighter will still be allowed to come through. So then if I go back to what we painted, see, that's much more like sharper edges and everything. So if sometimes you find a happy medium where you can keep your kind of painterly look, but then push back the things that are supposed to be background. So in this case, I might actually like take this and maybe go like halfway. Just kind of see, like, I want some of those painterly edges, but I also want to define some shapes here, like that. Some of these shapes I'm actually knocking out completely, and I'm like doing this right here, right? So maybe if we push that back a little bit, might be able to get the best of both worlds. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Let me zoom out here. Sometimes what I'll do when I am cleaning up a shape, sometimes what I'll do is I'll just take this and I'll add a layer, or a mask, rather, and then just kind of pull out some of the areas that I thought had nice kind of brush stroke things going on. Requires you to go a little bit back and forth. But then you can kind of get that painterly look. Let me zoom in on that. And then again, let's do this. We'll hide that mask, bring it back in. And we're just kind of roughing some of this up a little bit. So we keep that kind of painterly lost edge look. Again, the main thing is pushing everything that's outside of the bounds of this thing that's in the foreground lighter in value and to match the background. So that's what I'm doing there. Looking at the chat. No, it's not a distraction at all. Because sometimes I just, what happens is my brain just goes into like render mode, and you just start noodling and just like just like fidgeting with the painting, and you aren't really thinking about what you're doing. And so, frankly, when people ask questions, like what you're asking right now is great because it gives me clarity. Say, oh yeah, yeah, okay. So what I'm trying to do is this, and then it actually, it focuses things in, and also makes for better audio because otherwise you're just listening to me breathe. So some explanation is good. um, so if we're going back up to your question on ellipses, so what we can do with ellipses is there's a couple exercises that I used to do, and sorry if these are redundant. I know that I've shown you a few exercises, but this is what I used to do starting out. So, the real basic thing is you start with a cylinder, right? So you kind of get the top and the bottom, get the sides figured out. Right, so you're trying to get these to match. And what you want to look for when you're doing a cylinder is that the edges don't come to a point, right? They shouldn't be like that. They should kind of round out, right? If that makes sense. So when you do an ellipse, it shouldn't be like point to point, right? It should have a curvature, even on the very ends of it. Okay, so then let's take this a step farther, and let's just draw a circle in the middle. Okay, and then we'll just go right up vertically. Think about this like it's in a grid like this, right? And then let's extend these down like this. So you got a grid like this. Okay, and you just kind of keep bisecting it. Now let's draw these ellipses like this. Right. What I would do, I would think about it like, when you've got a shape that's like this is gonna get this video flagged or something, but like a machine gun that has a cooling, it's got like a sleeve on the outside, right? And then it's got those holes punched into it to let kind of air flow through it and cool it down. So I would do one of those, right? And I would just try to get the ellipse to work around the curvature of that cylinder. Okay. Really simple exercises because you're basically working with pattern, and like if it's off, you'll see it and you'll fix it, right? Okay, and then after that, what I would do is I would just do like a perspective grid, quick and dirty. And so just draw, like, you don't have to do, well, okay. I don't want to give you bad advice. I'll just tell you what I did. What I did is I would draw an ellipse in this space, right? And then I would draw an ellipse in the next space, and then in the next space, and then in the next, And as you're getting closer to your horizon line, you're getting tighter and tighter and tighter, right? So as you're on the horizon, it should be basically flat, and then you're getting a little more. You could work either way. I would recommend working at the ellipse that is nearest to you, because that is going to give you a good idea of what is kind of what's more open. See, like how that one there, I did this one. Even that one's getting probably equal in terms of like how open it is. So I think I need to open that one up even more. Come on. All right, so if you do this exercise and you take this, like take that, see those ones actually, they're a little bit off, but say you take this one, okay, and then let's take this one, and we'll just get them the same size and put them side by side. You can see that you're intuiting how kind of tight or open that ellipse needs to be based on where it is in space. And so it's kind of like the railroad track perspective exercise, but with ellipses, right? And then, let's see, how do you expand on that? There was a point that I wanted to make when I was doing that, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah. The point is, the point that I was going to make was that you actually, you could do this a little more properly. You set your perspective point, bring in your lines here, and then if you just make a square here, and then you cross that, and then you go from here, from your vanishing point to the center. So you make an X, so you find the center that way. That's your center, right? And then you go from there to your vanishing point. Then you find this point. That's your center mark of your far edge. And then so you take a ruler. I don't really have one here, but you would go from here through that mark. Okay. And then you simply repeat that. So you go from this corner through that mark, and that corner through that mark. And that's how you get this kind of pattern of perfectly diminishing squares. So then on top of that, you can start doing your ellipses. And this is if you just want to be more methodical about it and just do it like correctly, right? So if you start here, and then go a little smaller. Here, there, and there. And then of course that's too tight there. So we'll have to open that up a little bit. Right. Come on, fella. Right. So if this is proving anything, it's proving I'm not as good as making ellipses as maybe you think I am. Right. So you can use this to really test your accuracy, and you can see I'm pretty loose, right, when it comes to that. But yeah, you could do this all day, and I would recommend doing this. With just pen and paper, like doing it digitally. There's some benefit to it because you'll figure out how to do it digitally. But I'm doing this with a Intuos, so it's like it's disconnected from what I'm not drawing right on the screen, So you got to do kind of a translation from where your hand is to where it's going. Hopefully that's helpful. Let me check the chat. Got it. Thanks. How old are you? Why do you ask? I'm 37. Not that it matters. That's a 2-in-1 exercise, ellipses plus perspective. My main problem is with big ellipses that don't fit in the image, such as circular floors, massively foreshortened perspective. Yeah, so, I mean, it follows the same rules. You just have to draw outside the bounds of your image, right? So if you're going to build your room that's elliptical and say it's this way, I don't know, that's going to be kind of rough. And what am I doing? That's the center point right there, so come around here. Again, trying to make sure I don't make any hard points. And that's my other point there. This has got to be a softer curve. And you can measure by where it lands, like within these subsquares, right? So if you were to cut these down, even further, then you can see, okay, this curve here should kind of come in here. And if I were to cut this one down, cut that one down. Of course, I'm eyeballing these. These should go to the vanishing point. But then you'd be able to figure out kind of whether or not this curve is correct in perspective based on kind of looking at it relatively to where it falls within this grid. That makes sense. Does that make any sense? Like if I'm getting just this corner here on that block, then I should be hitting just that corner on that block. And like here, if this one's cut in half, I should be hitting that corner there. I should be hitting this corner here, right? If that makes any sense. Okay, so then what you would do is you would have to crop your image down. So if that's your room, that's actually a pretty extreme. We're kind of looking down at that, but then you would have to crop your shot to be like this, right? Or if you wanted to show like just the side of the room, I don't know, maybe your shot is that, maybe lower. But I'm imagining that what you're doing is much closer to the horizon line, so it would be more like, because you're saying this is a elliptical room, so it's the floor. Because what I'm doing right here, we're looking down. So you would want to be closer to the horizon. Have your ellipse like that. Come on. That's pretty rough. See, this is hard. You're right. It's hard. All right. And then you would do your, you would cut your shot to be in like this. And I think that's probably an important thing to figure out is like, you want to have more than one reference point. I think if you're doing a elliptical room, it's such an odd thing to see that I would say you want multiple things telling the viewer that that's what they're seeing. So the curvature on the floor echoed with the curvature in the ceiling, and then maybe like, your wall hangings or windows or whatever have to be like obviously going along with, the change in the room. I don't know, maybe you need arches on these. I don't know what would be the correct motif. Because I think otherwise what I would probably think the viewer would perceive is that we're looking at a fisheye, right? But then you would need some other things that are solid, things that are not curved for it to kind of contrast against. Because if you had fisheye, then all of these things would be, like if you had a table or something here and the table was curved as well, then okay, I'm looking at a fisheye perspective. But if the table is, a proper squared off, and then there's space there, that you can see. Oh, that doesn't quite fit in that space, right? I don't know. Am I making any sense? Hopefully that's helpful. Are you trying to do the Oval Office? Is this a political thing? Mr. President, here. Seal of the President of the United States of America. Okay. Hopefully that helped. I don't know. It might just be chaos. Do you have a book on perspective? I'm going to catch up on the chat. Massively foreshortened perfect ellipses for circular rooms and arenas. To see if I'm too old to even get started on digital art, but I'm also 37. Guess I'll find another hobby. You know what? You should look up Jonathan Hardesty. Is that his name? Jonathan Hardesty? Let me just double check on that. Because there are so many artists, but, yes, Jonathan Hardesty. Look him up, and there's an article here on his website called Journey of an Absolute Rookie. And I think he started when he was like 30 or 31. And you can see his first works that he did. And you can see what he's doing now. In my opinion, it's never too late to get into art. I don't think that it's I want to choose my words wisely because I don't want to just say, "Oh yeah, it's great, you'll be fine," and I don't want to be like, "Oh no, you got to take it super seriously." But there's a couple things to bear in mind at the same time, right? I think the first thing is that it's really not that like all the rules of making art you can learn pretty quickly, and especially if you're hyper focused. If you know that you want to do this and you're not just like goofing around. And there is some play that needs to happen. And I'm not saying it's all you got to be totally serious, but I just mean there's a difference between the Eric who was a high schooler who was interested in art and after I had a job in the real world and decided like, no, I think I'd really rather do art, right? I took a different approach to it. And so anyway, if you are teachable and willing to look at the material does not take that long to learn. I mean, I think a lot of the difficulty is in the discipline of like doing the exercises, trying to apply the material, and not losing heart if they don't look great in the first month. But if you took any one of those exercises and you did it for a month, like then you've got it down. I think you really could. I think most people, if they applied themselves, could learn the most important things about image making in like 6 months to a year. And then from there, it's like a matter of how much time you want to put into it. It's a matter of like your taste, like what kinds of things are you interested in, and are you focused on, and what kind of things are you communicating? So it's kind of like, think about it like writing, maybe. If you took a writing class and you took multiple writing classes and you wrote, to the disciplines that a English composition writer would give you, and you studied other like literary works, you would figure out like the format and the things that you maybe naturally do that are just dead weight that you need to cut. It wouldn't take that long. And then eventually it's a question of whether or not you have good taste of stories that are interesting to tell and interesting that people gravitate to. Yeah. So anyway, I would not turn anyone away from doing art. The other facet of this that I think is worth saying is that there are people who take this so seriously. There are, and there's perhaps not enough room for people who just want to enjoy doing it. When you look at other people's work and and it like makes you depressed because they're so good, that says something about how you feel about the whole enterprise of making art. And I've definitely been there, like it's like you're jealous of the work, or you wish you were that good, or something. I don't know what it is, but it's not healthy. And I think taking a step back and saying like, do I enjoy doing this? Do I want to do this? That's probably a good enough reason to do it. Being the best and being competitive and destroying your enemies is something else, right? That's like not necessarily even attached. It's not even. It's like another kind of human need than the need to like uh, be creative and explore ideas and stuff. Okay, back to the chat. Shadows on the floor. Good point. Don't let your age limit the things you do. Try it out. It's not a set rule that you can't do art because you're 37. Give it a shot. That's absolutely right. If you're interested, yeah, destroying your enemies. If you're interested in it, do it. And some things are hard but worth doing. You know, I don't, I'm not setting myself up as like this great example for anybody, but I will say this year, actually, I'll lift my brother up and say, you know, my brother reached out to me. He wanted to do a trip. I know I've talked about this, so sorry to everyone who's like hearing this for the third time or whatever. He wanted to do a camping trip, and all the different options that we laid out were just like, it's too far, it's too hard, it's gonna be too hot, you know, like whatever my excuses were. And then eventually he suggested, he said, well, you know, there's a marathon that's right in your area, so you know it's not too far. It's not, you know, it's not going to cost you anything really. Um, and I'm not a runner, but I had the realization that like my excuses for not doing these things that would be a great experience with my brother, you know, these other hiking trip ideas or travel ideas, had a lot to do with, well, inconvenience, basically. Had a lot to do with inconvenience and had a lot to do with just feeling like, you know, I'd have to get off the couch and do that. And funnily enough, you know, my wife was like finishing my sentences when I was talking about this to her. I was like, well, I would do that, but she's like, but you'd have to get off the couch. You know, like, what? No, come on. You know, like, I, you know, so um, it was, it was for me, this starting to realize that like, okay, the only reason I'm not doing this is because I'm being lazy. I'm choosing not to do it because it would be too much effort. And I'm not calling you lazy, but I'm having this realization at 37 that like there are some things that I would like to do. Being healthy, being more active, traveling more, that sort of thing. Like those are things I want to do. And if I don't start working towards them and practicing for those things, then they're just never going to happen. Um, and you know, not to be too, uh, not to just throw the platitudes out there, but like you know, you only live once. So if there's something you're interested in doing, check it out. And then yeah, and then kind of the point out of all of that is, so this was like 6 months ago or so, and I've started the marathon training back then, and just recently ran 18 miles. Um, Planning to do a 20-mile run before the marathon, and the marathon will be in 2 weeks. So looking back at where I was, you know, then and then what I've experienced through that training, a lot of it has been in my head. You know, a lot of it's just you're running and you want to be done. Usually, I want to be done in the first 10 minutes. You know, but um, you know, you push through it, um, and then the experience. You know, you realize that you can go a lot farther. So, anyway, I'm not trying to. I don't know. I'm not trying to use myself as an example of like, oh, you can do more and whatever. I'm just relaying that this is an experience recently where I've realized that I've I've let myself. I don't want to atrophy. We'll say that. I don't want to atrophy, and um, I'm realizing that there's a lot that we can do if we apply ourselves to it. If we say no to some things and yes to other things, and And it actually doesn't really necessarily take that long. I think I've suffered longer thinking about, you know, giving myself excuses not to do it than I have through the discipline of actually applying myself. So I'll get off the soapbox now. Sorry. Looking at the chat. I think it's not an occurrence or a sudden idea. I've been trying for years and I've been lacking discipline, dropping every time. Taking your advice to heart, guys. Well, yeah, stick with it. There are some great courses out there, and I would recommend like finding a tribe. Uh, there's so much information on the internet. Like you can learn from um, really talented artists all over the place. There's no shortage of good information. I know I've said this before that like if you just look for art training on the internet or just like art tutorials, uh, I think you've got an 80% chance of hitting something that's legitimately correct, like good material. There is some stuff out there that's just garbage, but from what I've seen, what I've experienced, most of the content out there is correct and good. I think where we suffer, and where I certainly suffer, is I watch the content, I don't do it, I don't apply it. Um, I can watch like a million Blender tutorials and then like not open up Blender for like a week, and then when I open it up, I'm like, what did that guy say? He said like hit the G key, and then and I just forget everything. Um, I find for me that project-based learning is really great. Like if I know I want to do, well, like I'll just use Blender as an example. One of the things that I'm working on right now, so I make these little 3D printed tanks that are like goofy, and I'm working on getting fiber optics and LEDs in them. And so the most recent thing that I did with Blender is basically learned how to like set everything up to scale so that I can 3D print something, I can test something in that environment. I don't have to like do any kind of conversion. I can build it to scale, and then I need to be able to kind of rapidly prototype on the different routing of the fiber optic cables, and so setting it up with curves, Bezier curves that I can move around, and then add thickness, and then Boolean those out um, to actually cut out the channels. So anyway, those are things that like I knew how to model uh, like the old school way of like you make a primitive and you cut the faces and you extrude and whatever, but like it's pretty dirty. It's not like a and it's not a great way to work if you need to make changes. So anyway, that I'm going too deep into the example to give the example, but that's an example of something that I had this project, I had a problem, and the problem was I can make a design, but I know that I'm going to 3D print it and try it, and it's not really going to work, and I'm going to have to adjust the design. So I need to work in a way that's non-destructive, that I can quickly and easily make changes. And so that's that necessity is what gave me something to learn, gave me a very specific kind of focus to narrow in on. And so for me, that's what works, is when you have like a specific project. Sometimes you get in over your head, but anyway, what I was saying before that, which I think is probably more important than that, is find the tribe, right? Like I would say, actually take classes if possible. Um, Online, I would recommend Marshall Vandriff because his classes are affordable and is excellent. He's an excellent teacher. And if you can do the live ones, do those. Um, because then you've got that kind of a little bit of a competitive nature, and you've got people who are encouraging you, and then you've got that like accountability of like, oh, well, if I don't turn anything in, then everyone thinks that I'm no good, or it's like, for me, I kind of need that. And I think that there's feeding off of other people and other people's uh, I say energy, but then also kind of there's like positive and negative, positive and negative motivators, and that's good, right? As, you know, actually putting yourself out there to commit to I'm going to do this thing, and having people see that commitment and be a part of that commitment, you know, that's a good thing. So I would definitely recommend that. Uh, in person, you might be able to find some workshops or something. I don't know what area you're in. Um, looking at the chat again. 5% with YouTube perspective is like a minefield. Did you know the Shift Plus shortcut? Yeah. For perspective, just get a book. Um, yeah, a lot of I don't know. YouTube YouTube probably is just Photoshop hotkeys and and setups. Uh, there are tools out there. So there's a tool called Lazy Nasumi that will basically do perspective for you. I think you could probably learn through that, but it's also like I don't know how much do you learn with the training wheels on or off. Uh, I'm in the dev world, and it's the opposite. 80% of it is coverage. It turns Blender into a WASD mouse game camera. Um, oh, am I misunderstanding what you're saying? The Shift plus tilde shortcut turns Blender into a WSD mouse game. I guess I had not seen that. Is that for moving the camera around to get your shot, or to get the? I remember some hotkey where you could move around like that, and then it would lock your camera into that. Um, all right. Well, I haven't painted much in the past hour or so. You got me monologuing. Uh, I don't know that there's really anything I want to do to this. I might do the old overlay trick. No, I don't know, cast some shadows or something. I don't know that that's really all that beneficial. Just to add all this extra noise. And then let's go brighter here. There are a couple spots that I'm like thinking it would make sense to maybe fade the light a little bit, but I think the fact that we've got a little bit of atmosphere here would mean that anything that's hitting light and it's got that kind of like bloom effect, the farther out, like the farther away from us, probably the more bloom we're gonna get, because there's more atmosphere for that light to travel through before it hits our eye. Whereas, doing it on this guy here would probably look dramatic or whatever, but again, going with that idea of atmosphere farther back would make more sense. And then, what should we do? Should we, let's do a new layer. Is that better or worse? We'll go like halfsies. Give it a little bit, and then I kind of like the idea. Maybe we'll do overlay again. We'll go like a yellow, and just like kind of warming up a little brighter. Warming up some of these areas back here. Maybe giving these lights a little bit of a glow as well. Let's see. I think I'm gonna shift this like almost yellow-green because I want this to light up in there. You know, Greg, I think we're cheating a little bit with the ellipses here because there are so many ellipses that you don't know which one patches into the next. You know, like I think this is supposed to patch into that one, but it doesn't. See? He's cheating. It's no fair. And this here, I'm going to blur this, or blend it rather with the smudge brush, but just curious if we push that background bit. And get more mileage out of it. Mm. I think I'm drawing too much attention to that edge there, so bring that down. Just kind of bringing in some more angles, more, let's say, vectors of motion to be looking at here. Vectors of motion. What is this guy talking about? Okay, I don't know if this is a good decision or not, but I'm thinking about how this might help us recompose a little bit. Which is the blessing of digital, is you can recompose at any time. And actually, I might shift that color. I like that green, but it's getting a little putrid. Let's make it more putrid. Lean into it. Yeah, I don't know. It gives us a nice separation. I'm gonna leave it the way it was, and in fact, I think I'm gonna dial it back so that it's a little more of a subtle change. And then maybe we do another color balance. Just reading the chat right now. I feel my stuff starts to fall apart the more I neaten it up, especially microscopic perspective details that I was too lazy to fix at the start. But then you don't get the happy mistakes, I guess. It's always a double-edged sword. Like a war between the technical and the abstract. Yeah, that's very true. I think that comes with time. Like I hate to be like dismissive and just be like, just keep doing it. But really, I think you'll start to figure out. I mean, I think this is actually one of the things that kind of marks the maturity of an artist is just knowing when to stop, because there are some things that you can push further, and it probably is a good thing for us to try to push ourselves further and like ruin work, and just like not let it be too precious. But know that that's like an exercise in in trying to increase your capacity to refine and to understand like what really is working and what's not. Like sometimes you look at something and you can okay, that's not working. And that's kind of how I tend to work. It's like um, if I look at a scene and there's something about it that's telling me like this is not right, then you fix it. Um, Actually, kind of like that normal versus luminosity. Yeah, I think all that really needed was a little bit of a value punch. I don't know. I'm always tempted to when I do like a foggy scene. I'm always tempted to make it more punchy, which is generally more eye popping, but then you lose the whole sense of fogginess. So I'm actually not gonna do that. I'm gonna see if we can keep that kind of misty feel. So anyway, yeah. So deciding when to stop um, is an important aspect of your work, and then or of your process at least, and pushing yourself to go farther and being willing to ruin work helps you have a better assessment of like here's a problem. So I'm trying to tie all these things together. Here's the problem that I'm recognizing in the painting. Um, what could I do to fix that? And you could try some things, and they might be wrong, and that's okay, right? In that context, and then next time, you should be a little bit better informed about uh, what will work, what won't. Let me get that value dialed in. So let's see. I want to get. I'm just going to push that to gray and leave it the same value. We're trying to identify the greens in the scene. I pushed those greens up so that I could find them easily and then shift them. Okay. Now we'll bring that back up. Kind of like where they are. Let's move over. I was just talking about finding your limit. Maybe I found mine. Eric is making this ugly. This should be a booster, confidence booster for anybody. Well, if this guy's got a YouTube channel. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll take this. I'm going to do Control A, Control Shift C, and Control V. Control Shift V. Being technical here. So I'm going to basically condense all that down into one layer. And then I'm going to go back to this one because I prefer the colors of this one. And then do the same thing. Copy and paste. And then I'm going to use the value of the greener looking image. So we'll just set this one to luminosity. And then we will find the sweet spot. Kind of like how that's pushing that to almost gray in there. We'll do this again and maybe set this to, thinking soft light might give us some of the warmth that we want. Or maybe we could just do saturation. Let's go color and then we'll kind of just ease it in there. Now overlay is going to push the darker's dark and the lighter's light. It's not necessarily what I want. I just want a little more richness in the image. I suppose I could do like lighten and then just colorize the whole thing. And then we'll ease it in. And because that is red, red is going to be naturally darker. So we actually need to bring up the, bring up the value. Okay, there we go. All right, so we were working from I'll dial that one back a little bit. I actually just don't like it. I think if I'm going to go this bright, then I want to shift all of this towards yellow. And I don't want to bring the whites any brighter, which is happening here with all of these ones. So I want to drop those down. Do the same thing with this one. This is usually where Photoshop likes to crash when I'm live streaming. Yeah, something like that. Right, and then I think like in here, all that could just be like yellow. I might just do hard light. This is gonna be ugly, but bear with me. Yellow has a way of feeling quite green, transitions into other colors. So getting it to have that nice warmth can be tricky, especially when you're dealing with real pigment. So I usually try to do like a pink undercolor, undervalue. All right. Let me zoom in here. Can I get this scaffold looking thing? Cleaned up. Same thing here. in space. It's been done before, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Oops. Huh. Okay. So now what I'm thinking with this is we will make a new layer here. I'm going to grab that red, and I'm going to grab the nasty square standard, and we're just, whoops, going to pin those layers together. Beep, bop, boop, like that. We're going to transition those two values. We'll go smaller with that brush. It doesn't perform very well when it's large. In fact, I might just switch to a different brush because it's intolerable. Okay, so now we'll hit our smudge brush, and we're just gonna blend those together. And then I think as we get farther back, so I was kind of playing with having that shape kind of turn red and come up here off of the structure, and I actually kind of like that. You know, like it's the cloud layers being catching some light differently. You know, at that angle. But I also think that as things recede in space, we probably want them to hit more of a what's the term? Horizontal, you know, just kind of flatten out so that they feel farther away. Excuse me. Now let's grab this value here. I'm just going to start kind of painting it in, layering that over so that all of this is, again, with like cleanup and separation, trying to separate these shapes. Go back to the smudge brush, smudge that in. Kind of want some of these, like this background stuff. I want it to all kind of blend together. Yeah, maybe we need to have another space station back there. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, let's do something for this scaffolding because it used to be my pride and joy, but now it makes me sad. Again, with just like letting abstraction be abstraction. You know, when you get into these little details and stuff, then you're kind of thinking, well, am I going too far, or am I not going far enough? You know, I think there's some good things that can happen from just kind of repetition, pattern type things that can make it easier on you. You don't have to like draw every single little line in there. Let's see. But this one kind of gets lost some kind of a cloud type looking thing, but the one behind it does not. No. We don't have to overanalyze it, but it does feel a little weird. I'm not sure that I like this thing back here. You know, it might work if we were to push it out a little bit more. This feels like it should have more perspective to it. I think I just killed it. Alright, background ship. Snuffed you out before you ever had a chance. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do here? Do what I had mentioned earlier, where we're gonna make a mask, bring in the eraser. I'm just gonna break up some of these edges. And you can do this both ways, by the way. You can break up those edges, and then you can reestablish them by switching your brush to, you'd be erasing back in like that. See? So we could do the same thing back here, maybe. Erase some of that out. Filthify some of those edges we cleaned up. Ooh. And we can also use our smudge on that too. Yeah, let's see. I like this edge here that we have. So I'm gonna see if we can protect it. I like some of these little fiddly bits there too as well. All right, so in the mask, I will paint those out. And then in here, we'll smudge these into it. It does not appear to be working. Why not? Is it locked? Or is I don't know. We'll just use this here. We'll do sample all layers and we'll that's why. Because I'm a dummy. Control Shift I to invert our selection. Then we smudge it in. And we are doing sample all layers here. So what we're bringing in is affected by what's above it. All right. So do I want to set this to currently set to hard light, but there are some things back there that I like that I want to keep. Decisions. You know, so we could just rough this edge up manually. But why though, when we did all that work? Yeah, it looks too clean. I think I want to take this whole section here, maybe mask that, and just kind of dirty that edge up a little bit. Throw a rim light on there. Might be a bit much. But there's a couple things we can do. Let's see. First, we can change the color as it shifts back and down. And then we want to change the shape as well. Yeah. It's funny because when I started this, I had pulled up a bunch of reference for like greeblies and stuff, and I haven't even done any greebles. Not a one. Uh, should we do the crazy thing and throw in a complementary color? Or what if we just do a gray? Would it come out as a complement? And I suppose we could throw it all over the scene. This guy, that guy. Oh, golly, what's going on here? That's right. I said golly. All right, looking at the chat. do, 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 do. How often are you streaming, and have you tried the purple YouTube for live streams? I stream every Wednesday night, so once a week. Very inconsistent with the timing. I have no idea what purple YouTube is. Not a clue. Is that something that could be explained easily? All right, do I like this compliment? I don't know. I'm gonna merge that group, and then I'm gonna shift the color. We'll just do a solid color overlay. We'll pin it down to that, and then we'll adjust this to see what looks good. That's really, really red. Moving towards purples, don't like that. Okay, greens, I like that. Yellows. So I had this like light gray blue, right? It was like that, basically. And that's okay. That's okay. Let's see if we can get more mileage out of. It's like a green yellow, just a really green. I think I like it. I don't know. I'm still looking at this thing and feeling like there's something I want to do with it, but I think I'm getting tired. like that, pushing the yellow a little more with that teal. And I wonder if we do like a hue saturation, and then we, let's just knock that out and let's set it to certain zones. Let's do another one that is the opposite zone. Okay, so we'll do hue saturation. Knock that out, and then we'll do this one for the darks. And then we can have a pretty good idea of what's doing what. Whoops, wrong layer. That's the one we want. Hmm. This I almost like. Almost. But I think what's driving me nuts is this gets too bright in here. So I'm going to knock that out of there. Huh. You know what we haven't done is the curves. That would help us push those darks up. Definitely getting washed out of this. Come on. That's just not quite what I want. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't quite do it. Let's do this. We'll set this to lighten. And can we blur that? No, we can't. Anyway, I could just keep tweaking this forever. I don't think I would quite dial in on what's bothering me. I think I need to think whatever it is bothering me that I need to address probably needs to be addressed in painting or recomposing the scene. And it's getting too late for that. Or is it? I don't know. I don't know anymore. All right, let's go to this section. This will be our adjustment. There's a lot happening there. It's a big change. So I might dial it back. What if we just change this whole side here to be white? We'll leave that because it's kind of at the right angle. But and I'm doing this based on assessing the image zoomed out, which we can do again. Yeah, so as I zoom out, like these areas right here really start to pop out to me as like being too strong. You know, in there they jump to red, right? And anyway, sorry, not really explaining super well, but if I zoom out here, that little tab there, take that off, just cleans up the whole, that whole edge. Looks kind of grody when you get up close, but I wonder if we could just clean these up the same way. Hmm. All right, there's definitely more that I would like to do on this thing. Just, I don't know. I don't know. Even just like throwing another ship down here or something to like set the perspective a little bit. Let's see, what would be the background dark value? All right, I should probably wrap this up. But will I? Tis the question. Kind of looks like one of those Star Trek Cardassian ships, but just like backwards. See, again, that perspective is way off. Goodness me. Yeah, it's even worse. Even worse. Struggling. Oh, man. Yeah. No. Okay, something like that. It's rough, but I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, so I think we'll end it here. I'm gonna look at the chat real quick. If I had your skills, I'd be on Twitch every night. Oh, is that what you mean by purple YouTube? Twitch. Like whatever. Or let me rephrase different kind of illustrations and paintings. Mostly manga characters, you'd fill an empty spot for viewers who want to learn from pros. Um, yeah, I had a Twitch account like forever ago. I'm not sure really what I want to do with something like that. Even what I'm doing with YouTube is not really doing this necessarily to like build a YouTube following or something. I just kind of started doing it and included it in a discipline of every week just painting whatever I felt like when I showed up, and I to a degree kind of want to protect that kind of honesty or like kind of directness of like uh, I'm not I'm not painting to uh, the perceived interests of an audience. I'm just doing it to do it. Uh, I think in a weird way that's kind of what makes it unique and what it is, as opposed to like something directed that could potentially, have a lot of growth potential. Um, but it also suffers from that, you know. And so anyway, when I think about like Twitch, I don't know. I feel like that's much more in the world of like you kind of have to dance for the audience, like do the thing that people are interested in. Um, and to some degree with art, that's just necessary, right? Like I can't just make whatever I feel like all the time. But at least in this context, um, that is exactly what I'm here to do. On YouTube, uh, just kind of do whatever comes out in the moment, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I'm afraid to commit to something like that for fear that it would redirect the content. You know. Okay. All right. I think that's where I'm going to call it for tonight. I'm sure, like a million and one things. Like, as I'm looking at this, I'm like, well, that doesn't match up with that. But it looks like it's kind of trying to. It's not like it's a unique, like, greebly thing, you know. But kind of just feels like gotta stop somewhere, or I'm gonna be up all night. I can't be doing that. Not anymore. Grown man. Body can't take it. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. Maybe one. Okay, I don't know. I think we need to stop here. So let's go full screen, have a look-see. There's a way to zoom in so we can get the whole screen here. No, I want to zoom out. Oh, it would. All right, whatever. That's gonna have to be good enough. It's gonna crop off a little bit of the bottom, but that's okay. All right. Looking at the chat. You stream just to paint, forcing yourself into it, so to speak. Looking great. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the streams I've been doing for over 2 years, about 2.5 years. And partly it is to break out of the necessity to like learn and do something professional, right? I think a lot of, and I would say virtually every stream that I've seen for art is like, how do you get better? Let's level up. We're gonna learn this ability or learn this facet of things or whatever. That's good. And I understand the drive to want to like improve your ability, and it's also kind of part and parcel of the industry where if you're not working, um, you get yourself into some kind of live stream or something, so you're kind of doing both at the same time. You're trying to get exposure and improve your skill set at the same time, and so I think that's why you kind of tend to see that be the genre. And that was never really my intent. In fact, when I don't know, there's just like this certain amount of pressure to create something for the market. And so it drives your art, it drives what decisions you make, the type of thing that you make. And I really felt like, at least at the time when I started doing this, that I had plenty of opportunity to learn new things and improve my skill set. I've been doing this full time, and so uh, while I'm working, I typically employ something. I try to employ a smart solution to whatever design problem I'm trying to solve. And sometimes you just buckle down and you do what you know, and sometimes you have to explore new options or new ways of solving a problem. You can't solve it the same way every time. And so anyway, I felt like that gave me enough opportunity to like try different things, learn some new things. If there was something I absolutely needed to learn, I would apply the time to do it. And I think, at least for me, it felt like I was getting maybe a little bit too obsessive about that, trying to do that in my free time, my spare time. And I think that that's true kind of across the industry, as I explained earlier, that like, I think on a whole, tons of artists are, especially new and intermediate, are kind of obsessed with learning and growing and leveling up. And again, I don't think that that's necessarily bad, but I think that it can be obsessive and overpowering, and you put a lot of pressure on yourself. And so I was looking to do something where that was kind of the only rule. The only rule was you're not allowed to do something that you have to learn for work, or that you feel is the right thing to do to level up or whatever, but or to please an audience, and then to just show up and kind of just see what comes out, whatever comes to mind. And as a discipline, I mean, it's weird to say that's a discipline. It's like you're disciplining yourself to to be aware of the external forces that are driving your decision making and make a choice that in this time slot, that's not allowed. And we're just going to see what happens. And I've said this before on the stream, so sorry to everyone who's hearing it again. But I did a show a year ago, I think, and I was selecting work to show, and probably 90% of the work that I picked came from things that I had made in this live stream. And when you think about that, you say, well, okay, so if you're showing your work to an audience that you want them to see these things, you're saying these are the works that I think have value, are worth presenting, and they're 90% works that were made that did not need to be made. No one asked for them. There was no big idea. There was no like scaffolding or blueprint that it was like, here, this is what we're going to make and this is what people want, or whatever. But rather you just kind of made it out of, okay, I'm here, I'm emptying my mind of external motivations, and then just what's going to happen. And that's been a pretty interesting exercise. I don't want to put too much value on that. I don't want to overemphasize like, oh, just do it for yourself. I'm doing it for me, I think the world has too much of doing it for me. I think we could cooperate and think about others and be a little more selfless as a general culture. But I think there is a limit. I think there is a point where you are working for external validation, and that drives you to places, and you end up somewhere. Basically, what it does is there's a stream that's external validation. It's like there's a current, and you just hop in and let the current take you wherever it's going, and you don't know where that's going to end up. I don't think the culture knows where that's going to end up. It's just, hey, everyone's moving this way, so let's all go that way. And I think to step back and be a little bit more mindful about what we care about, and what we want to do, and what we're, what we're putting our hand to, and then also that doesn't need to define us. So if my paintings don't work out, I don't feel like I'm a failure because I didn't hit whatever the zeitgeist is of the time, and in a weird way, in like a kind of an inversion, it's like swimming upstream or getting out of the stream altogether. To me, my personal opinion, is far more attractive than just going with the flow, and so I think it's going to produce work that may be more interesting, and that I can hear the kind of self-aggrandizement in that statement. I don't want to be too I don't want to say like, well, my idea is the right idea, and this is how it is, but it's why I care about this. Is why I do it this way and not the other way. And to my own self affirmation, I look at this and go, if I didn't make that choice, I wouldn't have made any of this. I wouldn't have made any of the paintings that came out of the live streams in the last 2.5 years, and a good number of them I like more than my professional work. So I guess I don't know. I don't know that I've really completed that thought, but it's kicking around and mulling over it, So, watching you in this case paint and figure out what you are seeing or thinking is very interesting. We'll try to be here next stream on Wednesday. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it, and I appreciate the conversation. I will say this: I'm preparing for a show at the end of October, And so I do intend to be on here every Wednesday. I won't be the show. Actually, I'm flying out on a Wednesday, so at the end of October, I will miss that for sure. But depending on how the show prep goes, I might need to skip a night or two. But I will generally post on the channel, if I'm not going to make it. But as things stand, I should be here next Wednesday, and I should be doing the next 2-3 weeks. But if I get in a jam and I've got to get things done, um, I've got to shuffle things around. But yeah. Well, thanks for the conversation. I think we'll end it here tonight. So all I can say is, for what you've said tonight about, wanting to do this, I would just say get started. And just be okay with, when I started, and actually, I thought I was pretty good, and I went to a video game studio, and I got an internship there, but it was clear from the beginning that I was more on the technical side of using devices, computers, and stuff, and I didn't even know how to draw at all. I didn't really draw. I hadn't really drawn since I was a kid. And so anyway, the art director there really encouraged me to learn to draw because a lot of design problems happen at that level, or can be solved at that level. And he gave me the advice of just getting a tote and like a ream of paper and just a number 2 pencil and just like draw a sheet of paper and then throw it in the tote and then draw the next one and throw it in the tote and just don't look back. I think he said, don't worry about making a serious painting until you've made 3 miles of paintings. And it's, you think about the different things that people have said and how it has shaped and affected you, but I really think that was the right advice at the time. Like just don't worry about it. You got to get the miles in. So set up an expectation for yourself to get the miles in, and that's what I would say. And I would say just start now. All right. Well, thanks for joining in, and I should be here back next week. Gonna end it here. Have a good night.